Hello everybody, welcome to the Finger Lakes Regional Airport. It's 41 degrees, it looks like we're alive. It's getting cloudier, it was a little sunnier just moments ago. I have gone inside and looked around. No snowy owl here today. I was also told by the gentleman inside that there's no owl here. It's been gone for a couple of days. So we're going to look around just a little bit as we get going here. I did see a red-tailed hawk fly by. Actually, as I was driving into the airport, I first saw it. Not too much snow on the ground here. I think, if we, in Ithaca, we'll see more snow than we're seeing here. Mostly cloudy, I would say. Like I said, it was a little sunnier earlier. As you know, I don't really want it too sunny, given the way I, do things. Anyway, I've looked around a bit, and as soon as I walked in, the gentleman inside, who knew what I was there for, told me that no snowy owl here today. But we'll go to the other side of the airport and we'll take a quick look ourselves. And, obviously we'll keep our eyes open as we make our way there. You never know. Hope you've had a good week. For me, it's been, from a bird watching standpoint, a little bit quiet. Even at my bird feeders. And, around me there is some snow on the ground, so, I would have thought that maybe my feeders would have been a little bit more popular. Now, I have to admit, I didn't get much time to watch the feeders yesterday. So maybe I missed a lot of activity, I don't know. But today, even, not that I stood and watched my feeders the entire time I was still home, but I didn't see that much activity. I believe I saw one junco there, dark-eyed junco. That was, pretty early. And then I don't believe I saw anybody else there. Really not all that surprising. The weather has been relatively mild, and it just seems to be that when you have mild conditions in the winter, some of the areas where food might normally, a lot of birds maybe become a little bit less busy, just because food can be found elsewhere. So we're going to be, or I'm going to be looking very quickly here. I don't expect to see anything because the gentleman, inside who has various duties to perform driving around on the runways and everything, he was able to see everywhere in the airport essentially, and he said he didn't see anybody. So taking a look now, and it's relatively easy to search today because there hasn't been that much snow. So even where there is some snow, it's there's just a little bit on the ground. It's not deep at all. Generally, it's flat, and even along the runways and everything where they've plowed, there's not much to the sides. So if there's a white owl there, it stands out against the darker backgrounds or the road fairly easily, and so it doesn't take much time to take a look and see if in someone's eBird submission, and not necessarily as a rare bird report, but it was so there may be one around there. It's just you can't, it's hard to, I guess if I had unlimited time, I would just go up and down all the various other roads and take a look everywhere, but I don't have that kind of time. A little bit breezy up here. I had seen it looked like it was going to be, well, actually I just saw some vegetation, made me think it's kind of windy actually. The forecasts I had seen indicated that we might have some fairly good wind activity up here today. I did not see the same for Ithaca though. Who knows? So we'll do our usual look around. Who knows what we'll see? Who knows? We could be finished in just a few minutes, for all I know. I kind of regretted that as I was making my way here. I thought I might have seen something of interest on Cayuga Lake, and it was relatively close. The time pressure that we always have, I continued on. Maybe I should have stopped. There's a duck of some sort right near the shoreline. And it didn't look like a mallard. It looked like it must have been something else. I could be wrong, of course. I was listening to something last Saturday after the tour, as I was just getting ready to, go home, and I was packing things up and everything, and it was a podcast that had been recorded a few days before, and guest on the podcast is a real weather forecaster, serious person, and who, I mean, he seems to know what he's talking about, and he understands, I'm not sure exactly, I mean, he's not just your local weather forecaster, for, a town in the middle of nowhere. I mean, he does major forecasting, and he's part of a paid service, to which companies, mostly, I guess, subscribe, and because people who really need to know, weather coming up, not just weather for like the next few days, but weather for for farming purposes, or for this purpose or that purpose. I mean, companies that really need to know the weather. So I mean, this is what he does, and he looks at all sorts of factors and everything, over large areas, maybe much of the world. And anyway, he was predicting that, I mean, it looked, oh, what's that down there? Let's take a quick detour right now. He was predicting that the United States, and he didn't, necessarily specify any specific part. I think he was just saying the United States in general would be having some colder weather over, a couple weeks. Now today is relatively mild, but I don't know exactly what he meant and where, but colder weather, followed by a bit of a break, and then a return of some colder weather. All adding up to a late spring. Okay, so let me show you what has drawn my attention here. And I don't know what it is. I mean, it could be geese. I don't think so. There's more there than just geese. Hold on, let me start from the back. I think we see canvasbacks there. I'm not sure what else. It's hard for me to tell. You probably can tell better than I can. There was, as I was leaving Ithaca at the southern end of Cayuga Lake, there was a large flock of ducks down there. We're at the northern end. I want to see if we can find maybe a better place to look, but we'll switch cameras and we'll take a look. And then a little bit closer to us, there's okay, there's some Canada geese there. Sure, we see geese all the time, but we have to remember they really are beautiful birds. Okay, see, I don't know if we're going to do much better than here, location-wise. So let's, I don't believe there's any, I don't know if there's any public road we could go to that would get us closer to the water. Let's just try from here and see how we can do. Won't be perfect, but we'll take it. Or at least we'll try. I believe I'm seeing redheads and canvasbacks. Now the redheads are the ducks, the males anyway, they're ducks with a slightly lighter red head than the canvasback, but the canvasback has a darker head. I think I'm seeing some scops there as well. And as I've mentioned before, the male canvasback has that dark head, a different shape to the head, but also has the white flank, the white sides, and that is something that you should look for. This bird here at the, well, I'm not sure what that is. I think it's a scaup. Looks like one. There at center. And there's some scaups. You can see the white. I'm not sure if they're greater or lesser, but the white at the base of the bill on the female. At center, you see there's one that's preening right now. Looks like a dark red head, and he's got like a longer, less rounded, head. Well, I guess the head's rounded, but it slopes right very smoothly into the bill, giving the bill like a longer appearance. That's a canvasback, and you see its white sides. Darker, maybe a slightly darker red on the head also. So at center right now we're following a canvasback. You see the white body, the white sides. There's some others there. Whereas the redhead, the male redhead, will have a red head and a gray body. And the head shape is more like that on the redhead. The head shape is more like that of a mallard, for instance. See a couple canvasbacks swimming to the left. But at least what I'm noticing here on my little screen is primarily redheads, canvasbacks, and I think scaups. There may be something else that I've missed or something, but can't say I'd mind if we were closer. There's some gulls flying around here too. Not too many, but there are some. You see there at center screen, that looks, believe that's a redhead, but there are a number of canvas backs around it. Oh, and, oh, hold on. There look like there's some swans not too far away. I think I can get them. At least I hope I can. Okay. Oh! I'm having a hard time seeing because of just the way my screen is. Are these mute swans by any chance? Looks like it. That one is. They both are. These are mute swans. See the orange bill? They're not native to this part of the world, but we have some anyway, and they're more common in some other areas of upstate New York, from what I understand, but we do see some every once in a while. I can only see one right now. There's a tree in the way. Can barely see that. Okay, back to the ducks, I guess, for the moment. I think these are, it's hard for me to see. I think these are redheads. Oh, and maybe a scaup. Yes, I think I see some scaups also. If I had to guess on the scaups, I'd say greater. Could be wrong, but I'd say greater. Starting to see some canvas backs now. There is a at center couple female canvasbacks. They have the same shaped head as the males, but a lighter head, and they don't have the white, really the white flanks. It's more gray, but they have a deep tan, I guess, is the, or a light brown, you could say, of for a head color. Beautiful birds. We won't be here too much longer, but I just wanted to, saw these and thought we might as well take a look. Now, who knows, maybe in a few minutes they'd be in a better place for us, or they might, move in a worse place, so we're looking now. Okay, I think we're going to move along. Let me just take a quick look with binoculars. We can maybe have another look at the swans for a moment. Oh, that's the second one. Okay. The other one I can't see. We're going to, right now, I'm going to leave everything in place. Let's see if we can maybe find a better spot to look at the swans. We've seen mute swans before, but, we don't see them every day. Oh, I don't know if it's going to get any better. No, probably not. No. Okay. Well, oh, are there more? I don't know. There might be more of them, or there are more swans. I don't know if they're mute swans or not. Clean look, but I think might be hearing a nuthatch. No, chickadee? Yeah, I'm hearing a chickadee. Might have heard a nuthatch. Oh, okay, here we go. No, these are not. These, yeah, I think they might be tundra swans. All right, let's go. Oops. Yeah, let's switch cameras. Oh, hold on. Some other birds here. I'm not sure what they are. I think they're probably, are they Canada geese? No, they're mallards. No, they're not all mallards. Hold on. Stop right here. Looks like a merganser. What I don't know is what kind. Probably common, but I don't know. Those are the mallards. And there are some more Canada geese and mallards here. I'm wondering if by any chance it's a red-breasted merganser. I don't know. Back over here, some swans are coming into view. I'm not sure what kind. Probably tundra. This is a young one, so it has a little bit of color to its bill. Don't be fooled. Sometimes you see like it's a pinkish color or whatever for a young tundra swan or young trumpeter swan, and you might think, oh, that's an orange bill of a mute swan, but it's not. Okay, there's another one here. I'm trying to find it. Oh, there it is. And another one not far behind it. And then okay, back to the ducks, and I'm hoping that everybody's popped their heads up, but maybe they haven't yet. This, I believe, is a common merganser. You see the white chin. And somebody's in the air. We're going to see if I can find them. There they are. Let them go. It's hard to follow. I believe I might be hearing tundra swan vocalizations just a little bit. Yes, sounds like it. Okay, back over to the closer grouping here. The swans are joining them. more or less. Okay, let's move on. We're going to continue on to closer to Montezuma, and then maybe we'll come back through this way. Turn around, and then we'll head back. It's getting a little, at least here, maybe a little sunnier than it was when we left the airport. So we've been at the northern end of Cayuga Lake. And quite honestly, I did not expect to, to start looking at these areas, but, this large flock, mixed flock of ducks caught my eye as we were driving by. I wonder if there's a better place to go there. There might be. I don't know. Just to get a better view of the ducks anyway. Yes, rolling stop. Yes. I've done one before. Just. I mentioned the wind earlier, and the wind obviously does make a difference in terms of our viewing quality very often. And but up here at the northern end, I don't know if it's because the water is shallower. It may not have anything to do with it, or it may be just the way the wind patterns work. See a crow in the air. It doesn't seem. The water here at the northern end doesn't seem to get disturbed quite as much. And often on a windy day, it might be a little rough up here, but it's not so bad. Then once, heading south a bit, all of a sudden you see larger waves and whitecaps and everything. And, if there are any birds on the water, speaking of birds, I did see a raft of snow geese. And they were well across the lake as usual. If there are birds on such waves, they're hard to watch, and see well. They constantly bob up and down, and depending on the waves, they might often block your view if the waves are large enough. And it's just, if you're trying to take video or photos, it can be very difficult, especially if you're doing close-ups. If you're just doing a long-distance view, okay, that's not a big deal. But if you want a good look at something, especially if it's far away, it can be challenging. So along these stretches we sometimes have some problems staying connected, so I'm just warning you. Actually, we have problems staying connected in a lot of places, so maybe this is just a general warning. Everywhere. This vehicle behind me pass, since we're driving slowly. And another one. So far, I don't see anybody. I see somebody. It's probably a red-tailed hawk. Hold on one second. Looks like it. Just a quick look through the windshield here. Let me take another look as we drive by. Let's let this other car ahead of me, or behind me, pass and get ahead of me. And while we're doing that, I'll look around. Oh, it took off anyway. Okay. Good reason. Saw a bird of some sort. You know, we're going to turn around. I would like to know. I'll bet it's a red-tailed hawk, but I want to take a look anyway. to our left, look like starlings in a tree here. But I want to see, just let this vehicle pass me. Oh, don't tell me it's gone. I think it's gone. Oh no, it's there. Okay, let me just move forward a little bit more. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show you or not. Looks like a red-tailed hawk to me. Alright, let's turn around again. And we'll turn around on the very end of Wildlife Drive. Welcome to Wildlife Drive. And now leaving Wildlife Drive. So there, you were on Wildlife Drive today. There has been some cold weather overall. I'm not sure really about the Montezuma area, but you know, today may be mild, but there was some cold weather over the last few days. So you know, as I look, for instance, at Mays Point, I'm going to pull over to let a vehicle pass. As I look over at Mays Point, the water looks like it's got a layer of ice on top of it. So it's not as if everything is thawed out and you know, spring-like today. Not there yet. Not by a long shot. Looking around here, I'm not seeing anything really. And you can see here in this channel, or whatever you want to call it, you know, mostly a layer of ice or something. And is there anything in the distance? No. And gull of some sort. Let these cars pass. Nothing going on over here on this side that stands out anyway. So quiet in these areas today so far. Maybe a couple gulls in the distance. We saw the one, and I just saw another one. I see a crow in a tree to our right, and a crow on the ice down below. But no eagles or anything like that that I see. Another crow there. No surprise. I mean, if you ever watch crows at all, at least in my experience, you often see you know, they're usually in groups, and oh, hold on. If I see it, I'm not sure if I see an eagle. I'm not sure what that is. I somehow don't think it's an eagle. Anyway, with crows, you know, you will often see that, okay, maybe there's some on the ground, but usually there's one that remains, you know, on the lookout, or very often there's one that remains on the lookout, maybe perched up above. But for instance, in my own experience, I rarely see just one crow. I mean, it happens every once in a while, but usually if I see a crow, I'll start, you know, my own habit has become to look around to see if there are any additional crows nearby. And just in my own view from home, for instance, just my own thinking is, if I'm seeing a few crows over, you know, in an area within my view, my guess is that, for instance, oh, there's probably not a hawk right nearby, because if they're on the ground, they likely, you know, there's a good chance they would know if there is a hawk nearby, and they would probably not be just walking around on the ground. Let's see a pigeon. More crows I'm seeing already in the air. We're on Armitage Road right now. Maybe they're all heading over to that field in general. Yeah, that looks like it might be what's going on. Just take a quick look. Not sure what I'm seeing in the distance. Let's just take a quick look with this camera. Might be crows, I don't know. I would say. But most of the crow activity is to our left, from what I've seen. More crows here flying out of trees that are maybe heading towards the other. Yeah, and there are crows on the ground here. Not thousands, but like a fair amount on the left side of the road. Scattered here and there, but I wonder if they're all going to be congregating more in that one field that was on the left side of 89. Just a quick look at some of the activity I'm seeing here. More crows up here. And here. And with this, you know, I'm not surprised with this vehicle ahead of us going through. Well, I'm not saying it's scaring everybody, but all of a sudden a lot of crows are flying across. So there are quite a few, obviously, in the area overall, but they're scattered. The area that they're scattered over is quite large, so it doesn't look like a huge number, but they're, I'm sure, quite an impressive display if they were to get together. So not much else going on here. As I look with binoculars, there may not be all that much water there to even draw, you know, swans and other things. And if there is water, it's likely frozen or semi-frozen. Probably a red-tailed hawk in the distance, if I had to guess. Let's look through the windshield. This I might not be able to show you, I'm not sure. Right there. Okay, I think we're going to move on. Things seem quiet here. This was the location in which we were able to see a couple weeks ago the rough-legged hawk, and we also saw a northern harrier that day. But I don't see anything like that flying around right now. The vehicle that had passed us has turned around, so I wonder if they're birders. They might be. We're turning around ourselves right now. body of water to our left does look like it's covered with ice. To our right. Guess they don't know where the party is. And just so you know, I get the impression we saw that other field over there. That's where, you know, that and beyond our view, because of the sloping of the ground, there are a lot of crows over the entire area. So, right now, I'm not seeing much here. Nothing really stands out. No, doesn't mean there's nothing here. Oh, I see some. I think I see some white birds. Unless I'm mistaken, it could just be snow. Hold on one second. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, it might be just snow. And it is. Okay. But over here, am I seeing something over here? No? We'll drive through anyway. I am seeing some pigeons. There are often pigeons there. I don't know what they find to eat, but I'm sure there are these fields nearby, so maybe it's a good place to be. And above, there are a lot of gulls up above. And, oh, do I see something in the distance? Maybe. Let's just take a quick look here. I do see a car up ahead pulled over, but let's see if we can have a look at something. Looks like some swans. We're going to take a quick look. American crows, I think. Crows of some sort, anyway. Most likely American. Canada geese. And there's some swans back there. I don't know what kind, but if I had to guess, I'd guess tundra. All these birds are quite a ways away, so sorry I can't give you a good close look, but that's just how it is. I can hear some American crows right now. We're going to keep moving. I just want to take a quick look at these all here. Okay. I'm going to look around with binoculars very quickly and see if there's anything else. Oh, who's that? Those are ducks. Guessing mostly mallards, but okay. Okay, let's drive along. That vehicle that we had seen pull over to our left seems to be now gone. as I said, lots of gulls in the air of some sort. A couple vehicles up ahead pulled over. I wonder if they're... If you're wondering, like, why does he keep saying that? If you're new, well, very often with some of these areas, you see vehicles pull over, and it's because they're bird watchers and they're looking for something. Maybe potentially looking at something. In the air, hold on, I see something in the air. Let's pull over here. Probably a Harrier if I had to guess. Got vehicles. Oh, I'm not going to... Oh, can I see it? Yeah, I do see it. It is a Northern Harrier. Let this vehicle pass. And I just saw a small bird of some sort to our right. Can't see the Harrier any longer. If you're new, these fields to our right, they're agricultural fields, and you know, maybe because vegetation is tall and everything in the warmer growing months, you know, we don't get to see much. But in the winter, after things have been harvested, they seem to draw the attention of birds seeking to feed, whatever, and or rest. And sometimes there's water, you know, that has pooled on the ground, and you know, maybe that dries up for the growing season, but in the winter it can often be there, and that will also draw like ducks and things like that you might not expect to be in an agricultural field, a dry agricultural field, but these fields aren't that dry, is my point. But there's certainly a good draw for Canada geese and swans. But the frustrating thing about all these fields is you know, it's a large area overall, but it's difficult in some places, you know, where you might see birds. It's difficult to find a safe place to park, so sometimes we park in an unsafe place. Seeing anything else, or at least nothing catches my eye as I drive by, so I'm going to continue on towards East Road. sometimes in these fields you might see thousands of birds, Canada geese, maybe snow geese, maybe a large flock of ducks, whatever. I mean, so they're definitely worth checking out through the winter months. And depending on what the winter is like, I mean, if we had a lot of snow and everything were really covered with a good thick layer of snow week after week, you might not see anything there. But with these, breaks in the weather that have allowed things to either melt or maybe not accumulate in the first place, those fields remain accessible, and they may have food, and that's what draws the birds. And then, in the springtime, depending, of course, everything depends on what kind of weather you have and everything, but, very often as birds are migrating through, they can be an important stop. And actually in the fall as well, after things have been harvested, we've seen, for instance, large flocks of Canada geese there, for instance. This is East Road, by the way. Well, if you're wondering, it's still mild, 40 degrees. Oh, what? Oh, something just took off. What is that? Red-tailed hawk. Sorry. Oh, wait, what's that? Crows. In the distance, they're crows. Red-tailed hawk. Oh, come on. The hawk is over here now. Uh-oh. It was on one of these poles and then took off. I saw it too late. So there's some crows around here, but we're not far overall from where we saw that larger grouping of crows. So obviously today's a good day to see crows in this overall area. Making use of the various agricultural fields and other open areas. Taking a quick look down there, I don't see much activity, not right off the bat. There's some open areas of water, but there's a lot of it is covered with ice or snow. I don't think we're going to stay. I'm going to have another look with binoculars, but I don't think we're going to stay here unless I see something. Well, I was wondering if we would see some eagles, and I do see maybe 2 or 3 eagles. So let's take a look at our first eagles of the day. Oh wait, hold on, there might be another one up in the air. Let's just take a quick look with this. And more so I'd say at least 4 eagles total. Our viewing isn't that great, so let's move along, and we're not going to stay here long, I don't believe. If they were close and we were getting a good look, okay, that's one thing, but it's not the case. Good thing I was already planning to wash my car today. Just have another quick look. Oh, and there's a Canada goose down there, at least one. Possibly a swan. Let's just take a quick look from here with the other camera. Who's that in the air first? Hold on, if I can find them. Probably a crow. Okay. Now, thought I might have seen a swan over here somewhere. Let me look at binoculars 1 second. You know, I don't think it's a swan. I think it's just some ice. Yeah, it's right there. Or, oh, could be a dead bird. Or it could just be some floating, you know, I don't know. And then as for the eagles, let's see if we can have a quick look at them. If they're still there. Well, let's look down here. Is that a Canada goose? I think that's the goose I saw. Oh no, maybe not. Nope. But I did see one. Alright, I've got to get my bearings here and see if I can find those eagles. 1 second. Okay. There's the goose. All by itself. I hope it's okay. Okay, we're going to move on. Just take one more quick look with binoculars, see if anything else is going on that I missed. No. We ended up seeing more here than I thought we would, but not that we saw a lot. But at first glance, it seemed like there was nothing there. And I see in the air a gull, I believe, a couple gulls. And these are not gulls. But there were two of them a moment ago. 1 second. Oh, no, there they are. Bald eagles, I believe. Am I hearing a raven? Yeah, I think I am. Maybe. That sounds like a raven, I think. I thought I heard a raven. It sounded like the croaking of a raven as opposed to a crow. Could be wrong. I did say I've been seeing some gulls, and I have. That's not a gull, but that is. Okay, let's move along. I'm not sure, but it sounded like a... It did not sound like a crow. It sounded more like a raven to me. Not that I hear ravens every day, but... binoculars. No, nothing there. And to our left, looks like another eagle in the air. It could be one that we've already just seen from East Road. Up high, younger one, not an adult. We're going to skip Maze Point altogether. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't, but I'm going to do that. And I think I'll turn in to Shockey Pool. Just to look quickly. This obnoxious driver behind me is going to be obnoxious anyway. Just want to look. I'm not even sure I'm going to get out of the car. Just want to see if there seems like there might be activity here. Looks like most of the water is covered with ice. I think we'll leave. Moving on. Some little birdie just flew across the road. I'm not sure what it was. I don't believe it was a starling. Maybe, I don't know. Lost sight of it. Could have been a blue jay, could have been a robin. By the way, since our visit to Sapsucker last week, others have reported seeing and or hearing a gray catbird there. So I'm pretty sure we were right in our identification of a gray catbird while we were there. We only heard it. We never saw it, but we heard one. And I saw one report, as a rare bird alert, because it's rare for the time of year. But anyway, that person had thought, okay, this bird hasn't been seen since the 5th of January. Well, we obviously saw it, but or heard it. So it's been around. You wonder why it's there. It's not normally there. We're not normally at Sapsucker in the wintertime. Hope it's okay. Hope it's finding food. So on the first pass through here today, we did see a red-tailed hawk. As I drive by now, I'm not seeing much activity. Well, we'll continue a bit. I think we'll continue the journey as I head towards Ithaca. We'll continue with the cameras running, and we'll go a little ways and we'll see if there's anything of interest on the lake itself or nearby, and then eventually I'll just close up and continue on to Ithaca and then resume there. You have to be mindful of the time. It's 5 minutes after 2. I have noticed, by the way, I mean, it's even if we know by the numbers that it's true, that the sun is setting after 5, but it has been looking lighter after 5 o'clock in, each day. But it's not like we've got, an overabundance of time. If the rest of you want to get out and walk, go ahead. I'll catch up with you eventually. If that's truly a private road with no through traffic, they should remove the Pump House Road name on it. It looks like a regular street sign. Well, I still see a lot of the ducks, maybe all the ducks, and they're, if anything, farther away now. So we're not going to spend any time looking at them, but they're still there. Maybe slightly more consolidated, just a quick glance. Just so you see what I mean. but they seem to be farther away, and so we're going to move on. Oh, hold on. Oh, there's some swans, and they look like they're probably tundra swans. So I'm glad we stopped when we did. We were able to see the mute swans, and we were able to see, you know, some of those ducks. Not really well, but better than we would have if we had waited. Okay, so here the mute swans are here, and so are some other swans. Let's just see if we can get a decent look, because I have a feeling the lighting might be nice for a moment or two. Okay. What's that? So there are a couple mute swans here, and are these mute swans also, or are they actually tundra swans? I'm guessing tundra. And over here there are a couple more swans right here, just and coming into our area, a few Canada geese. Kind of sleepy. I believe these are tundra. And back to mute. Mallards there in the back. Tundra swans, I believe, there. More mallards. Coming into view. Oh, who's this? Mallards. I don't see anybody else really. Okay. Canada geese. Oh. Back to, these are tundra. What you're hearing, I mean, it just looks like some of the mallards are just doing some enthusiastic bathing. Notice the orange bill and that bulbous nodule above it on the mute swan. And I believe there are two here. Is this one over here? Yes. Probably the same two that we saw earlier today. Reasonable guess. And so now we've got mute and tundra. The mute are larger. Tundra in the foreground and mute in the background. You can see even though the mute is a little farther away, it does look larger than the tundra swan. And hold on, what am I seeing here? It looks like the two tundras are kind of swimming away, and the mute are still staying here, but they're slowly making their way over also. I'm glad we're here stopping and we're seeing it. I'm glad we were able to see them together, just for a comparison. Crow we're hearing. Plenty of crows today. Farther out on the lake, we should probably take a look in a moment what's out there. Hold on, let me look with binoculars very quickly. Oh, they're not even birds, they're just, I don't know what they are, they're just markers of some sort. And there are some gulls out there, and I think we still have mergansers nearby. If I can find them. There they are. Maybe the same two we saw earlier, common mergansers. At least I believe they're common. Female. See the white chin? Beautiful. A few more looks at the mute swans maybe, and then I think we'll move along. I'm hearing a frog, maybe. this is just, we're not going to stay here forever, but you know, it's just a peaceful, beautiful scene. I feel fortunate to be able to see it. Mute swans are kind of swimming out of my view, just given where vegetation is and everything. Those are mallards. Okay, we're going to move along. It seems like many of the birds, most of the birds, all the birds are moving along, so we're going to move ourselves. Dirty. And I just cleaned this. I didn't turn the music on. It seems those Canada geese we saw earlier, they've continued to move in this direction. More swans. They probably are tundra. Let's keep going. We're only running out of time here. I've really grown to appreciate these areas here. You know, and I know I've mentioned it before, but I mean, when they draw the birds that we are able to see, and it depends on a number of things depend on what they'll draw. I mean, you know, conditions elsewhere could be good, and maybe we see nothing here. But you know, I mean, just as I've mentioned, I find I enjoy coming here on Thanksgiving Day of late, and you know, maybe seeing swans and ducks, and it's just Canada geese too. It's just wonderful. And hold on, I'll just look at some things. Oh, hold on. We may have some different ducks out there. We won't get a good look. They're not close, and they're starting to swim out of our view, I believe. More mergansers. These look like common mergansers as well. Gull out there too. I'm not sure, probably ring-billed if I had to guess. And hold on one second. Okay, that's just about it, I think. Okay, let's switch cameras. seeing anything else right now. What did I just pass? A couple mallards and some more mallards nearby. Yes, they're mallards. Okay, let's keep going. I like mallards, don't get me wrong, but unless it's a good view of them, we only have so much time. And they're in shade, so you know. So we've traveled as far now as the Cayuga Lake State Park, and there's like nothing here. The boat launch is where we are. We're at the boat launch area, and nothing going on. I think what we're going to do is we're going to close up, and I'll pack up a little bit for travel, and then I'll head to Ithaca and we'll restart there. Let me just look. What do I see? Oh, those mallards, I think. Oh, come on, car, quit stopping. All right, so let's do that. I don't know how much time I'm going to need to get to Ithaca and get set up, but let's say safely maybe 4 o'clock or a little bit earlier. Okay, probably a little bit earlier, but oh, do I see something? No. Okay, and I'll see you in a little bit. Let me just make sure you've received the message. So I'm thinking maybe possibly a touch earlier. Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods. It's about the same temperature as before. I don't know exactly what. We're here a little early, but that's okay. Earlier than I had predicted. I saw on the outskirts, I don't know if I'd consider it Sapsucker Woods or not, to be honest with you. I did see a red-tailed hawk, and I have seen some starlings here, and I've heard a chickadee. And I'd say that's about it. Chickadee or two. So I'd like to get underway as soon as we can. We only have so much time. It's partly sunny here, partly cloudy, partly whatever. Looks like a pretty day. Lots of mud here in the parking lot. They should pave, but you know, that's my opinion I've voiced before. And I think we're going to, once again, I just get the feeling this is going to be a quiet, another quiet walk here at Sapsucker. So I think all I'm going to do is take this camera and we'll go without a tripod. We'll just if we happen to see anything, we'll consider ourselves fortunate. Let me just get some things here. Get going as soon as we can. On a relative basis, a lot of cars here today, relative to what we normally see. Maybe it's a little bit nicer day, maybe, and maybe it just is bringing people here. Okay, I'm almost ready to go. Sorry, I shouldn't have started up the broadcast until I was more ready. Uh-oh. Oops. Didn't want to do that. Hold on. Gotta get something else here. That's what I want. Different battery. So it's in the low 40s. Actually, maybe a little warmer than that. About maybe mid 40s, as I recall coming in. But I don't remember exactly. We'll find out later, maybe. There we go. But so I'm still bundling up a little bit. I mean, if we're out there walking around, it might feel cold. I'll be right with you. Didn't really. Thought I heard some. Didn't really see much on my way here after I closed up. I did see some American coots, and I did see again that raft of snow geese well out there. I didn't even stop to look at them; they were so far away. Far away and a sunny day doesn't make for good viewing. I can see the starlings. Let me take a quick gander at them. The pond, by the way, is largely covered with ice. So that's one reason why I think we're not going to see all that much here today. But there are some starlings. I said earlier, I did see on the as I was coming in, I did see a red-tailed hawk in some trees that I don't know if they'd be considered sapsucker woods or not, to be honest with you. They were right on the edge if they were sapsucker woods, but it was good to see the hawk anyway. It does feel relatively mild here. I wonder if I'm overdressed a bit. Today's temperatures have seemed warmer than I had expected given the forecast I had checked. I mean, everywhere we've gone. I'm hearing chickadees. Hello.
How are you?
Not bad. How about you? Keeping out of trouble?
Nice.
I've heard that before. You too. I did go in the lab. Not much was even going on at the feeding garden at the time. But I'm hearing chickadees now. And That's the disadvantage of this setup. It's harder to use manual focus. Those look like American tree sparrows, and we're hearing a chickadee. There are two on the ground there. Well, there were two. There's one now. Thank you. This is a muskrat. I think I hear a crow. Let's go over there and see if we can change the angle of things. Maybe I was mistaken not to bring a tripod with me. Downy woodpecker. We saw cardinal. Starlings, I think. And somebody else is making noise over here. Okay, there goes the muskrat. Oh, muskrat's back. Muskrat's back if you want it. Notice everybody's long, thin tail compared to the wide, thicker tail that a beaver would have, and the muskrat's going to be smaller than an adult beaver, certainly. The muskrat's further down. If you're waiting for it to come back up, it's further down, closer to the bridge. At least a couple of chickadees around. I'm hearing one or two, and I just saw a different one. And somebody's up here. Who's this? I didn't see it. Is it a nuthatch by any chance? Not sure. I think it was a nuthatch. Okay, let's get to the trails, everybody. As you can see, things are mostly frozen, but we've had some nice activity. I think that's a song sparrow. Not sure, but that's what it looked like. It just flew down there and I saw it. Oh shoot, I wish I was recording that as it popped up out of the water. But I was pointed there, so it should be recorded on YouTube anyway. Oops, sorry. Oh, I might hear a Carolina wren. I think that's what I'm hearing. Distantly, or for some reason softly. Okay, let's go. We don't have too much time. It's a plane. Okay, let's hit the trails. It's back if you want it. Yeah. Good luck. I wouldn't mind staying and watching it, but especially if we had the other camera and scope combination, but we don't, and we only have so much time. Snow on the ground here. As you can see, there's more snow around than at least we seem to be seeing in the Montezuma area. And I don't believe it's just here at Sapsucker, but it's not like I've been in. I didn't drive really through downtown Ithaca, so I don't know. I mean, these are slightly higher elevations here. I did see people walking with dogs in the parking lot. One or two. One looked like maybe heading back to a car. One looking like maybe heading out onto the trails. I mean, I just saw some prints that couldn't tell if they were dog or something else. They were probably a dog's footprints. This bridge is actually kind of slippery. I've kind of warned you about that before. Somebody's handiwork. Clearly though, the pond is not frozen solid, but there is a layer on top of it. Excuse me. Beautiful day.
Yeah,
As I walk on this, it gives a little bit. I mean, it's not rock solid frozen, and it's not very, I don't believe it's very deep. And it does make some noise, unfortunately. My favorite in terms of walking here and trying to find birds, I would say my favorite is fairly well-worn mulch. You know, sometimes when they put down fresh mulch, and depending on the quality of it, if it's larger chips, it makes a lot of noise as you walk on it. But gradually it wears down and gets a lot more quiet to walk on. At least, you know, of course, if it gets wet, once it's worn down, it gets kind of muddy. But in terms of being able to walk quietly, just looking and listening. Is that pileated, or I think it might be pileated. Maybe not northern flicker. And I'm hearing something else closer. It sounded like, almost sounded like a robin, but I'm not sure. Probably not. Maybe a nuthatch. I think that's what I heard. White-breasted, that is. Actually, I'm not sure what a red-breasted nuthatch sounds like, now that I think about it. Not sure I've ever heard one, or at least known myself to have heard one. Actually very pretty here. I think tomorrow may bring some more wintry conditions, but you know, who knows? The forecasts seem to be changing quite a bit. Pretty quiet here in the woods, though. I mean, I'm not hearing a lot of bird vocalizations. Not really surprising. Oh, even in springtime in this area, sometimes we don't hear much in the immediate vicinity. You know, maybe we hear noises from the from the pond, but usually not so much here in this stretch of the woods. we had more time, I'd, you know, maybe take some detours here and there, but I don't want to waste. I think I just heard something. Yes, I hear somebody. It's either a hairy or a downy. Woodpecker, that is. Well, it didn't sound like it's really close. We're going to keep moving. You know, even if you don't like winter and just can't stand anything about it, one thing you have to like, no mosquitoes or gnats. At least not around here. I've long appreciated that break that we get. It's not just a break, it's a resetting. The bugs essentially have to start from scratch. I know it's not that simple, but in terms of, you know, everyday travels and everything, from my perspective, it's like that. Not much going on here, I suspect. Not with the pond covered. We'll keep moving. You know, seeing that muskrat, for instance, now we're lucky that there were some open areas, it's a mild day and everything, but that's, granted it's not a bird, but that's the kind of thing I've been talking about. I mean, sometimes you come here and you might think, oh, what am I going to see today? Probably won't see anything. It's wintertime. And, you know, maybe you get an especially good look at something. That muskrat in a small area of open water, surrounded by ice, in nice sunshine. You know, it was nice to see. I don't think we're going to see much out here either, but we'll take a walk out and look. This is, flying insect. So much for the, well, actually, you often see those. I'm not sure what they are, but see them on a mild day in winter here. It's just amazing how nature finds a way. Anyway, this is a little icy, so if someone were to visit, just be careful walking on these things. But looking with the naked eye anyway, I don't see anything. Let me just look with binoculars quickly. Nothing. Let's go. We won't dilly-dally too much here today. Maybe we'll get right to the car, I think, once we've walked around. It was in this stretch here that we heard the gray catbird last week, and I believe other people reported it in this area as well. Not hearing it at all today. Really not hearing anything. I might have just heard a chickadee, I'm not sure. Definitely hearing a chickadee. And we had seen the last 2 weeks of mallard here. I don't see anybody now. Nope. That's black-capped chickadee, by the way. If you're wondering, I'm not saying they never could come up here, but we don't generally have Carolina chickadees outside of their normal range. Is there somebody there? No. No. Looking with binoculars, I don't see anybody. Kind of slushy here. I think that I see somebody else, I believe, there who looked like they were probably taking pictures of the muskrat, assuming that was the muskrat still there. Let's put on a nice show for people. Hello. So the wetlands look iced over as expected. Okay, I think I just heard starlings up on the utility lines. Doesn't look like anything else is going on. Let's continue. Let's go right back to the car. I imagine we could go near the main pond again, maybe see some good activity, but we only have so much time, so I think we're just going to go directly to the car. You know, today is the 28th of January, and you get mild weather like this, or like we were having, you know, really over the last few weeks. Even if it wasn't really warm, it was in the upper 30s, and it can lead you to believe, oh, winter's over. Well, we've got some time left. I mean, we've just had a mild winter overall, and you know, still waiting for the occasional big storm or something to come along. But, you know, the milder conditions, I appreciate them. You know, despite all my talk about appreciating certain things about winter and enjoying them, I'll, you know, fully admit, I don't mind it if things are a little mild and, you know, not so severe. It even, you know, even gives me a little bit of comfort when I know that, okay, you know, things aren't completely covered in snow and really, really cold, and food is hard to find for the birds. So I don't mind. Okay, so we'll get back in the car and we'll head towards the campus. I need a few moments to, you know, reconfigure. This is what I mean. I get in the car now. I just had a nice walk at Sapsucker Woods. Maybe I'm happy about being here and supporting the lab. And what do I leave with? Muddy boots around in these parking lots very often, or once in the spring and summer when they've got a prize. Hi, Sapsucker. Thank you. Come on, Volvo, pass. And get your alignment checked. It's a little off. Maybe not. Maybe. Currently 40 degrees, by the way. Not exactly warm, but I mean, for January, we'll take it, you know? It's certainly a lot more comfortable than, let's say, you know, single digits or even worse. Some pigeons. No, we don't want to hear this. Sorry. missing everything if it wasn't already last week. Lots of Canada geese on the on BB Lake, by the way. Things weren't open last week; they're open this week, campus-wise. Come on, Subaru, get out of the way. I had to wait for pedestrians, so I can't complain too much. Subaru did, that is. No hurry. Come on. Nobody on the throne. Quick look as I drive. I don't see anybody on the various Bradfield perches. Oh, I saw something in the air, something large. Hold on. I think it's a crow. We don't want to hear this. Or this. See some starlings, 3 of them in the air. More starlings. think I see some Canada geese in the air to our right, flying in formation. Just a line of them, not a huge number. So we should turn around, I think. Or, you know what, we'll go through this way. Why do I have a feeling we're not going to find anybody today? I may be wrong, but just get that feeling. Something must be going on. There are a lot of school buses there. High school, I think. School buses. I saw at least 2 different schools. a sign of anybody. And again, this time of year you don't get many signs of anybody. You know, during the warmer months we may have other birds sounding an alert. I don't have my windows open right now, that's true, but you know, usually there aren't too many alarms anyway this time of year. There might be some if there's a hawk nearby, but some mergansers down there again. Looks like it. I won't be able to show them well. Come on, camera strap, get in my way, everything. Not from here, hold on. Still can't get them. These are common mergansers. The males have the darker, almost, well, their heads look black, but they're really a very dark iridescent green. And there's some Canada geese there as well. There's a car behind me. Let me just signal. Maybe they can just get by me. closer. Okay, let's keep going. More geese, you know, different patches of them on the water. Don't walk right in the middle of the road. Come on. Yeah, I mean, more and more geese. What is that? That might be a black-backed gull down there. Hey. Okay, let's keep going. Getting dark. What is all caught up here? Not gonna get him. No, we don't want to hear this. There were Canada geese in the air, at least I believe they were, and I don't know if they were the same ones I had seen and mentioned earlier. Maybe, maybe not. I would have thought they would have been farther along in terms of their flight, but who knows. Oh, more flying over Tower Road right now. Probably different ones. Are they making their way towards BB Lake? Very possibly. Move, go. Said. Somehow I just haven't had a good feeling about finding them today. Didn't see them last week. I was hoping, today we had a little bit more time and better light to look, but I don't see anybody so far. sadly. Small birds just flew up to a tree nearby. Let's see if I can see them while we're waiting for this car to pull out. I see them, but not well enough. Put your lights on. No, you didn't get it. Should wait. Put your lights on. It's dark. Looks like a dark-eyed junco, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, sorry we haven't seen our hawks. It's always a disappointment if I can't find them. More school buses here, all high schools. Just a few buses here, but there's a lot nearby that's loaded. on, Subaru, move! Might be able to see all the school buses in that lot now as I turn. I wonder what that's all about. Some wonderful program, I'm sure. Been all over the place and we're not seeing anybody. I don't know where they are. Of course, there are places we can't see from the car. And, there are other places that are harder to see, even if we are passing right by them. For instance, a hawk could be in a tree, and not always so easy to see in the trees. Tops of buildings, another story. Or, lighting towers. Of course, I haven't looked at the lighting towers closely, with binoculars. You never know. Sometimes they can be at a lower level on one and be difficult to see. I feel like I'm wasting your time. have to say I've enjoyed the day overall. Of course, I, as always, would have liked to have seen more, but we saw some nice things here and there today, and I'm glad to see them. I think we're going to close up pretty soon. Just not seeing anybody. I think some of the school buses are leaving, so maybe whatever program there was has concluded. Put your lights on. Well, everybody, we only have a few more minutes to go, I think. I'm just not seeing anybody. We've looked a lot of places. You know, it's very... No, we don't want to get this. It's very possible that I've missed one. Or miss them, but I don't know. I think this will be the last song of the day. just saw a hawk. Might have been something. Go ahead. Might have been something smaller, not a red-tailed hawk, but might have been a Cooper's or something. Just saw something fly through. Let's just take a quick look. I have a feeling we won't even be able to find it, but something flew through. It looked too small to be a red-tailed hawk, in my opinion. Let's see if it's maybe somehow, some way, somewhere in here. Doubt it, but you never know. It was, I'm certain it was a bird of prey of some sort. Too large to be anything else, too different a flying style to be anything else really. I don't see, of course it's dark now, but I don't see anything. Just like I said, it was just as we were getting to that intersection, it flew right through. Didn't seem large enough to be a red-tailed hawk, but it's possible I'm wrong, but just didn't seem large enough. But it was gliding right through. Wings held straight and everything, and the size was pretty large. Shape was about right. Well, I don't see it. I think everybody, we're going to call it a day in just moments. Again, I apologize for not finding our hawks, any of our hawks here. Would have been nice to see at least one. And, you know, we didn't have hours, but we had a fair amount of time to look, and I just never caught up with anybody. Where did everybody go? But, you know, like I said, I think I enjoyed some of the things we saw today. You know, if anything, I mean, just a lot of the waterfowl that we saw, and in various locations. Didn't really see all that much in, you know, in Montezuma itself. But Cayuga Lake was nice, and could have seen more there, sure, but I enjoyed it anyway. And, you know, Sapsucker actually was a very nice walk, even if it didn't have a lot of birds. It had some nice activity at the beginning. And then otherwise just, you know, a nice walk on a mild day. But I would have liked to have seen our hawks here today. There's always a chance we'll catch someone in flight, maybe flying to a, you know, a roosting spot. But, you know, this time of year, you know, there isn't as much roosting near the nest area. It's not like, you know, not like it is in the nesting time and in the immediate time afterwards. They like to stay close. So I have a feeling we're not going to see anybody in these last few moments. But skies are darkening, and it's just about time for me to pack up. I'm just taking these last few last few bits of light, and maybe keeping my fingers crossed, maybe we'll see somebody. You never know. It's been overall, I mean, in some ways a quiet day, but it's been, I think, a nice day. I've enjoyed it, like I said. School buses here picking up the kids or something. Must have been some big event inside Barton Hall. Various schools. Ithaca City. Oh, these are they all Ithaca City? These? Unadilla. I've seen also a number of others from other school districts. Must have had some big program of some sort. Well, I think we're just about out of light, so I think I should close up. I want to thank you for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed the day as much as I have. Maybe more. But anyway, hope you've enjoyed it. It's time for me to pack up and head home. We're on a light almost, and we're apparently out of hawks. Or at least they decided not to show themselves for me today. It's time for me to head home. I want to wish you all well. Hopefully have a good week and do some good bird watching of one sort or another on your own, even if it means just looking out a window. And sometimes with a little patience you might see something really wonderful, even though you're sitting inside your own home. So do that if you're not able to get outside for any reason. But now it's time for me to pack up, and I will see you all next time, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.